A bit early today. How are you doing? It is warm again. A bit early today. But I'm back. We're here. I'm going to do more Euro Truck and Snowrunner. Should be a good one. Now, I do have a couple of things that I need to sort before we can get started. I'm in a little bit of a rush today. Running a little bit late. But everything's more or less ready. How are you doing today? I'm good. I'm good. Very hot again, as you know. Hey, says P, I'd love to join in with some trucking, but I have cricket practicing a little bit. That's okay, P. We are playing with Promods anyway, which I don't think you'll be able to join in because you don't have all the map DLCs. What I'm going to start doing in future is alternating between Promods and no Promods, because I really want a chance to play some Promods on Convoy, but to be able to use Promods you have to own all of the map expansions for the game, which can be quite costly. So to make sure that other people can still join in future convoys who don't have the DLC, we're going to switch between the two. So this week we're going to do a convoy with Promods. Next Tuesday we'll do a convoy without Promods. So if you're around next Tuesday, P, you'll be more than welcome to join. But yeah, so we're gonna be playing Euro Truck for the first half, and then some more Snowrunner in the second. Should be good. I'm gonna go ahead and get Euro Truck launched straight away, and we'll dive on into it. So Promods has just been updated to version 1.6 of Euro Truck. It's been updated for the latest version of Euro Truck. No new changes really, as far as I know, other than it's been updated to be compatible with the latest Euro Truck. So we'll dive on in and see what's what. 29 for me right now, and staying like this for weeks. Oh no, it's horrible, isn't it? I shouldn't assume it's open lobbies anyway. Yeah, true. I think Mega Rocker has expressed interest in joining, so we'll see how it goes. I am only going to be playing Promods for the first half of the stream, so if Mega Rocker doesn't turn up before 7, he is going to miss out, unfortunately. But hopefully he will join us. Let me switch to wheel and make sure we are capturing the game. Okay, there we go. Can everyone see and hear all right? I'm in game, just got to join the server. Nice one, Mega Rocker. Can we double check load order before we start? I've followed the official load order recommended by Promods. Obviously with the Steam Workshop stuff thrown in as well. So if you can double check that you've got everything in the right load order. I put it in the Discord server. I think you're in the Discord, right? I put it in the Trucks channel in the Discord server if you want to double check that everything's all in the right order there. But yeah, same as usual. It's all the Promod stuff plus all the Steam Workshop stuff in my ETS2 enhancements collection. If everything's in there and it's all in the right order, hopefully there won't be too much problem with you joining. Let's dive in. Yeah, everything's good. That's okay. Thank you, STFC, for confirming. You know what I forgot to do as well? I forgot to rearrange my cameras for this. I was saying in the last Euro Truck stream, my wheel camera completely covers the GPS in the truck. So you on stream, whenever I open up my like my hood on the truck. You can't see it on stream. And same goes for Snowrunner as well. All the gearbox and revs and all the like truck information is in the bottom left of the screen, which unfortunately is right where my wheel cam is. And I forgot to rearrange the tabs so that it wouldn't be like that. So you're going to have to live with it for today. But I'm going to sort it. I am going to sort it. I want to be able to, you know, I want you to be able to see the hood and see what's going on. Also, this isn't centered for some reason. I think it's because we were playing Hightail yesterday. Good Hightail stream yesterday, by the way. I know it was a little bit quieter than usual. We had a few people missing, but it was a great stream. We got a thorium chest plate and full iron armor, so in the next Hightail stream, which won't be till August now, but in the next Hightail stream, we're gonna do some combat. We're just gonna focus completely on combat and getting as many life essences and all of that stuff as possible, because we need all of that for upgrades and stuff. Minecraft didn't go so well. I'm gonna have a think about what's to be done about Minecraft, because I really want to see this mod pack through to the end. I can't just abandon Create Ad Astra after a year. I want to at least finish what I set out to do at the start of the project, which is to visit every planet in the mod pack. But God, at the same time, I just want it to be over so we can move on to another mod pack at this point. I've really gotten tired of how bloated the mod pack is and how much it slows the game down. We were just getting terrible lag spikes yesterday. The frame rate was appalling. It was really stressing me out. So I don't know what's going to happen with Minecraft Monday. I really want to finish Create Ad Astra. I really want to give you the ending that I promised when we started Create Ad Astra. But I want to try and hurry it along a bit so that I can play a different mod pack. I really want to do something fresh with Minecraft now. And I love the mod pack that we created for Create Ad Astra. Back when back for the first series of Create Ad Astra, it was so much fun. I absolutely loved it. But this second series, the streams that we've done with Create Ad Astra this year, I've not been enjoying it as much. I feel like, it's had its day. It was a good mod pack, but I feel like we've done basically all we can with it. Genuinely, I think it was a great mod pack until we got to space. As soon as we got to space, I haven't really enjoyed it as much. I really feel like that should have been the end point. We should have just had a goal of get to the moon. Trying to extend it by doing this, let's go to every single planet and collect resources from every single planet, I feel like has taken a lot of the enjoyment out of it. I really loved it when we were just on Earth building factories and stuff like that. The space exploration stuff hasn't been as fun as I was hoping. So yeah, Create Ad Astra. I'm gonna see it through to the end, but I'm gonna try and speed things along a bit so we can move on to a new mod pack, move on to a fresh mod pack. Maybe going through and removing all the crap to help for now. That's what I've been thinking. I'm going to see if there's any mods that I can remove, any mods that I haven't actually used that I can take out of the pack. So we don't have to worry, just to reduce the frame rate a little bit. Increase the frame rate a little bit, sorry, and reduce the lag spikes and stuff like that. Just to make it playable whilst we get to the end. But the next mod pack I'm going to be doing is going to be based on the nomadic survival that I did on the mermaid stream, except with create thrown in and some vehicle mods thrown in, so we can build like a giant mobile base, which will be really cool. I'm really looking forward to it. Again, I'm really looking forward to a new chapter of Minecraft Monday, but we can't really do it until we've finished with Create Ad Astra, so we're going to try and wrap it up. Next Monday, though, we're going to be doing Multiplayer Monday. So more RV there yet, and more Mecha Chameleon. If you're still watching right now, P, will you be around on Monday for more RV There yet? And also, will you be around tomorrow for Phasmophobia? And also, will anybody be around on Saturday? Because I'm thinking of doing more fast food sim on Saturday. I do hope so. Me too, P. We'll see what happens, I guess. Okay, we're nearly there. Still processing a couple of mods. Shouldn't be too much longer. I've got some Fanta straight out of the fridge. Oh, that's good. I just can't wait for it to start cooling down again, you know? If it ever does. I mean, am I still going to be sat here in December sweating my tits off? Who knows? Hopefully not. Okay, the convoy is live. Mega Rocker, you should be able to join now. Same details as usual. Username is Ashendak, password is Tuesday. I'll be here for all, but may go quiet tomorrow around 8 as football starts. Yes, I'm aware of the football tomorrow. It's the semi-finals? England versus Argentina, I believe. Is that tomorrow? Okay, we're in. Well, I don't know what the wheel's doing. Stop doing that. Okay, we're good. There we go. So we are currently in Istanbul. I just fast traveled here because it's kind of right in the middle between Europe and some of the Promods areas. So obviously we got the full Promods suite, which means we've got Promods Middle East down here. We've got the Great Steppe up here. And we've got Maghreb, which is parts of Tunisia and Morocco over here. And then obviously we got Promods Europe as well. So we got Iceland, we've got Greenland, we've got, I think this is part of Norway. we got all the other places. So yeah, should be good. I'm going to put the radio on, by the way. Which is R. Yeah, that's it. Hey, Sophie, how are you doing? My phone's telling me I'm getting thunder and rain on Friday. I doubt that's even true. I mean, you know, you do get thunderstorms after a long period of heat, right? Hopefully we do get some soon. Promods is so good, makes the map look a lot more busy. I agree, STFC. It's nice to see it fleshed out a bit more. Whilst we're waiting for Mega Rocker, though, I just want to have a quick look at the map, actually, because we know now that SCS Software are currently working on Ireland, which means all of this stuff here is going to be in the base game soon. They're working on Iceland, so this is going to be in the base game soon. And they are working on Soul of Anatolia, which is sort of the northwestern region of Turkey, so that's going to be in the game soon as well. I honestly wonder where they're going to go next, because realistically there's only one more country that's partially in Europe, and it's this big one here. Now, for those of you who don't know, a couple of years ago, SCS Software were working on a Russia DLC, and then a little war broke out. A slight invasion occurred between this big country here and this slightly smaller country here called Ukraine, and they cancelled the Russia DLC. So it's got to happen eventually. Like, once they've done Turkey and Iceland and Ireland, this is literally the only country in Europe left. So eventually they're well, I guess Belarus as well, and Ukraine for that matter. But eventually they're going to have to do it. They're going to have to do a DLC in this region. I don't know when that's going to be. I don't know how they're going to handle it because, you know, the conflict's still ongoing. There's still some dispute about it's a, you know, there's literally a war happening. There is literally a war in this area right now. So obviously not a great time to be making a DLC of Russia and Ukraine, but eventually it's got to happen, right? Once Turkey's done, once Iceland and Ireland are done, where else are they going to go? They've got to do it at some point, right? Are you using the trailer pack? I am, Mega Rocker, yes. I'm using the standalone pack. The standalone def, not the replacement def. The standalone is the one that adds in the Promods ones, but keeps the vanilla ones as well. So make sure you've got the replacement def. Not the replacement def, make sure you've got the standalone def. Is there any new countries since you last played? Not really, as far as I know. How long are we streaming for tonight? Till 9, Sophie. We're going to do Promods till 7, and then Snowrunner again in the second half. What I'll do while we're waiting, I actually don't really want to be in Istanbul right now. I don't like Istanbul in the game because almost the entire city is motorways, which means if I want to get anywhere, I have to follow the motorway all the way to the next junction and then turn around and come back, you know what I mean? Like, I can't turn right here. If I want to go over here... oh no, wait, sorry, we're left-hand drive, aren't we? So if I want to go to this petrol station here, which is literally right next to me, that's the quickest way to get there. It's just really annoying to get around when the entire city is motorways and, you know, it's all dual carriageways and one way and stuff like that. So I'm gonna go somewhere else for now. I remember Romania being so nice in this pack. Let's go to Romania. My main garage is in Craiova, Romania. I absolutely love Romania in Euro Truck. Garage manager. Craiova. Let's travel. So, the Road to the Black Sea is my favourite DLC for this game, by the way. Road to the Black Sea is the DLC that adds in Bulgaria, Romania, and a bit of Greece. And it is by far my favourite DLC for this game. I absolutely adore some of the scenery in Romania especially. And Promods just makes it even better. Like, Promods just enhances it even more. So let's go to Romania. The wheel is stuttering a lot more than usual today. I'm not quite sure why. Rust map and row extended cover Russia and Ukraine. True. Like, I don't get me wrong. There's plenty of mods that cover that area. I'm just saying the official game is going to have to get around to them eventually, right? Have you seen The Fugitive Dr. Sonic, says Draydog? I have, yeah. Bit of a weird choice, given that the fugitive doctor explicitly said that she didn't have a Sonic, but, you know, make that merchandise money, obviously. It looks pretty cool. It's a nice design. What's your ETA, Mega Rocker? How are you getting on with the setup? I'm going to cook some egg and bacon. Nice one, Sophie. I'll be back around 6:30. No worries. We'll see you later. What should we do? So we should. I'll see if there's a short job that I can do while we're waiting for Mega Rocker. Freight market. Cry over to Ruse. Yeah, that's not bad. 14 grand as well. That's a pretty good price per distance. Let's do that. 2 pickup trucks from Cry over to Ruse. Greetings from the void. How's everyone doing today? Hey Max, how you doing? I didn't even have my high beams on. There we go. Oh, hey Pappy as well. Outlast Trials got a new level today. I still need to do it. And the Mound Omen of Cthulhu is out tomorrow. Nice one, nice one. I did look at that. It looks pretty good. Just grabbing trailer pack from Promods.net. Never had them. We'll join in a bit. No worries, Mega Rocker. We'll do a couple of solo jobs while we wait them. But yeah, when you do come to install them, make sure you use the standalone definition, not the replacement definition. It comes with 2. You can use the replacement definition to replace all of the vanilla trailers, or you can use the standalone one, which keeps the vanilla trailers and the modded ones. I used the standalone version. Just a heads up. The in-game wheel is going crazy today, like even more so than usual. I think maybe my wheel is on its last legs at this point. It's been on its last legs for about 1.5 years, if we're being honest, but this might really be the final straw. How many years you had it for? I think 4 years now. Don't know what happened to my voice there. I think I've had it for 4 years. I couldn't tell you, to be honest. Well, I could tell you. I could go to my emails and check what date I ordered it. Okay, right. Well, that's unfortunate, isn't it? Okay, freight market. Take job. Let's have a look. Logitech G heavy equipment bundle. Order confirmation for Logitech G Heavy Equipment Wheel, 31st of October 2022, so about 3.5 years I've had this wheel. Got it at the tail end of 2022. Which, honestly, it's done pretty well. Okay, off we go then. We're off to Bulgaria. I'm going to try and drive a bit more sensibly today because I don't know if anyone remembers, but during the last Euro Truck stream, where I was drinking, we had a tiny bit of an accident. And I'm anxious not to repeat it. Also, whenever I flip the handbrake, it disconnects. That's a problem that this handbrake's had for a long time, to be fair. Don't drink and drive, says Max. Exactly, exactly. Learn from my mistakes. It is against the law. How are you surviving the heat? Just barely, Max, just barely. It's okay today. Well, I say it's okay today. It's 24. The thing is, again, because our houses in the UK are just like greenhouses, anything above 20 for more than 3 days is too much, you know? Like, it's cooler than it has been, but it's still very uncomfortable. Only if you get caught, says Pappy Chuckle. Well, I mean, I think when I launched into the air over the barrier and ended up in a field of sunflowers next to the motorway, a few people possibly noticed. So I did in fact get caught. How are we doing for fuel? Okay. Also, 6 tons? Do pickup trucks only weigh 3 tons a piece? I don't know, I thought they'd be heavier than that. I do have a meeting, so I'm going to lurk for a bit. No worries, Max. See you later. Oh, look at the God rays. Nice. Did you say load orders on Discord? Yes, it's in the Trucks channel, Mega Rocker. I don't see a Trucks channel. It's in the topic channel section. There should be a drop down. It's nice though, now that I'm settled in and relaxed, it's not so bad. And I've got my Fanta, which is nice and cool. We're going to be stuck behind this guy for the entire trip, aren't we? I'm hoping there'll be an opportunity to overtake. Because I know that man's not... I know he's not doing 50. I know he's not doing 50 because I'm doing less than 50 and I'm getting closer to him. This guy's not obeying the speed limit. He's under speed. Please turn. Please don't take the first exit. Please don't take the first exit. He's not taking the first exit. Nice. For us in the southeast, the heat's horrible directly in its pathway. It's become like the south of France here. Yeah, I could imagine. I imagine being closer to the coast as well. Although I don't know, is it worse to be further inland in the heat, or is it worse to be on the coast? Because I'm fairly far inland. I mean, as inland as you can be in a tiny island country like the UK. Literally the furthest point inland is like 50 miles from the sea, but, you know, is being closer to the coast better? Or I don't see that either, just have welcome updates in general. Hold on a second. Something weird's been going on with the Discord lately, because I know Sophie the other day couldn't find one of the channels. But all channels should be open to all users. Like, originally I had it where you had to have certain roles to be able to access the topic channels, but I got rid of that. Everyone should be able to use these channels. One second. Let me try and ping you in this channel and see what happens, Mega Rocker. Found it? Oh, good, good. The seawater's more warm, so the air gets hotter, plus more humid, not helped by having London next to you and the coast on one side. Yeah, you're kind of between a rock and a hard place there, right? There we go. I've just run a red signal, the red light. You need to ensure you have signed up to the channel using the channels and role section. That was how it used to be, P, but I changed it. Well, I thought I changed it so that all of the topic channels were available to everyone. Like that none of them are marked as private channels anymore. But it sounds like some people have still been having issues seeing them, because Sophie was trying to get into the queer channel the other day and couldn't find it. I don't know. I'll have to look into it. Oh my god. Yeah, I think the wheel's really on its last legs at this point. Look at that. The slightest touch and it starts veering off to the left. I could increase the dead zone and see if that helps, but something... I think it's gone. I really think it's gone. And I was planning on getting a new wheel anyway, so maybe now's time. The thing is, right, every other wheel is huge. Everyone keeps telling me, oh, that wheel's tiny, and I didn't realise how right they were. Because every other trucking wheel is 40 centimetres. This is 29 centimetres. This is tiny compared to most trucking wheels. And I measured my desk to see, you know, if I'd have enough space for, like, the Hori wheel or the Moser trucking wheel or something like that. They're this big. They're literally this big. They're massive. So I genuinely don't know if my desk is big enough for a standard size trucking wheel. Who knew a wheel could get stick drift? Yeah, they really can. I'm going to pull over and see if I can turn up the dead zone a little bit, and hopefully that'll help. Okay, settings, controls. Steering access dead zone. We'll turn it up to like 5% and see what that does for us if I can get it onto 5%. There we go. Maybe get a stand for it. I used to have a stand for mine. How do you mean a stand, STFC? That seems to have fixed it for now. The only problem is, obviously, because I've increased the dead zone, I have to turn the wheel a little bit further before it actually starts to respond. But that's... I feel like that's survivable. It might take a bit of time to get used to, but it works. It works. Not the only thing that's massive, talking about my belly. Not sure the best way to describe it, but it's like a desk for the steering wheel that goes in front of your desk. Oh, you mean like it sticks out and then you put the wheel onto that? I wouldn't have space for that because I've got a corner desk. Don't forget my keyboard and mouse are right here. So I need to be able to have space to actually get the chair into the corner. There is no standalone trailer option anymore. There will be when you get into the actual mods, into the mod list, Mega Rocket. I mean, I just downloaded the latest version today, and it had a standalone option, so it's definitely in there. What are you delivering? We're currently delivering 2 pickup trucks. I just bought the pack, only 6 files. Yeah, there should be 6 files. They've removed one of the files and replaced it with a new static trailer replacer, or something like that it's called. Bulgaria. Is that clicking in the truck in the game? Okay, let me just check Mega Rocker just to confirm, because I've copied my mod list word for word in the Discord channel. That's exactly what my mod list looks like in game right now. Trailer package, main trailer definition. Oh, replacement trailer definition. Yeah, you're completely right. You do want replacement trailer definition. Then replacement park trailers, then company package, then company definition. So they have removed the standalone trailer definition. Sorry about that. Yeah, just use what's available then. Last time I played Promods, there wasn't a mod called Maghreb. Is that new? It is, STFC, yeah. It used to be, it was made by a different development team, but it's been officially taken over by Promods. Same for the Great Step. That was a different mod team as well, that's now part of Promods. I believe, like, the original team, like, still works on it, but Promods distributes it, which means that they can make some money from it from, you know, people supporting Promods financially and stuff like that. Yeah, the dead zone is making it a little bit tricky right now. I don't understand it's in follow-only mode and they can still send messages. I know, they've learned how to follow, unfortunately. I mean, it has helped to get rid of a lot of the bots, but we do still get them, so clearly some of them know how to follow. Stick drift with frame rate, I'm surprised you haven't crashed. The frame rate's fine. I know on the stream it might look bad, but the frame rate's fine. The drift is a bit of a nuisance, though. Now loading in, nice one, Mega Rocker. I'm just finishing my delivery in Ruse. Okay, where are we going? You joking? Thank you. Shall we wait for Mega Rocker? How long do you think it's going to take you to load in Mega Rocker? Also, sorry, I'm like sweating around the ears because of my headphones. I mean, I don't mind waiting if you're loading into the game. Don't think we'll have time for another short job. And the shortest job is to Belgrade anyway, which is quite far. So I'll hang around. Carry on, I'll catch up. Are you in, or...? Or are you still loading? Oh wow. Look at that job. Literally 2 ferries, that's it. Offer expires in 17 hours. Could I actually get there in time to take this job? That would be such a funny job. I'm going to try it. Oh, handbrake. Go. Can't find the server now. Have you got the details correct? Ashindak, all lowercase. Password is Tuesday, all caps. I really want to get there for this job. I think that would be so funny. Just the shortest job ever, but yet covering such a long distance. Like, the amount of driving is minimal because we're on the ferry for almost the entire journey. Do they have trolley buses in Ruse? I love trolley buses. Where are they? Too late. We've missed them. Ooh, nearly. I mean, this can only end badly, rushing about at over 70 in a 37-mile-an-hour zone. Razgrad Oblast, lovely. If this supported VR hand tracking, you wouldn't need a steering wheel. God, can you imagine this with hand tracking? It probably does support it, to be honest. This game will support any device you plug into it, I swear down. Whoa, okay. And we've just had a massive crash and damaged the truck quite severely, so guess we're not going to do that job after all. Oh, we could have just quick travelled there. Great. I really wanted to do that job. I just thought it'd be funny to do a really short job like that. But no, it's too late. We fucked it. We can't even get towed. We can't even quick travel because of how badly damaged the truck is right now. Great. Yes, you also need cabin accessories, Mega Rocker. You need the whole Promods collection. That one will only take you a minute, though. It's one single pack, like one single file. It's gonna be gone, isn't it? This is turning into an event, yeah. It's okay, we've got another hour, so... Oh, it's lagging out here. And I've just taken a wrong turn. And the job is... still there! Yes! Okay, 5,000 CHF. I don't know why my currency is in CHF at the minute. But literally, the entire journey is just by ferry. It might actually be one single ferry journey. That's going to be so funny if it's a single ferry journey. Holy shit. Swiss francs resets after updates. Yeah, it's I know why it happens. It just every time there's an update, it resets your currency, which is really annoying. But I just forget that it happens. Okay, so we're carrying 23 tons of beverages. It's shuttle cola. Do they transport that? Right, fuck off. I don't care. Do they transport cola? Do they transport soft drinks in tankers like that? I don't think that can't be real, can it? Surely not. Surely they don't transport soft drinks in tankers, right? Right? Okay, it started raining, but it doesn't matter because I'm getting onto the ferry now anyway. Okay, here we go. Oh, the syrups to make it. Right, that makes more sense. Oh, it is 2 ferry journeys. It's 2 separate ferry... Oh my god, look at the price. The price on the ferry... Okay, one second. I just... There's a couple of things that I want to confirm before we proceed. We have damaged the cargo slightly, which means we're going to get a bit of a penalty for this job. What I want to do is, first of all, put the currency back to GBP. So this ferry journey is going to cost £2,592. 2592. This ferry journey is going to cost £2,558. So 2592 plus 2558. The ferry, just to get the ferry, is going to cost a total of £5,150. It costs more to deliver this cargo than we get paid for it. We get paid £5,045. Doing this job costs us about £75. That's hilarious. I can't believe this is an actual permissible job that the game allows. Good God. Worth it, though. Worth it. Oh, it's right over the road. And we're going to get a penalty for damaging the cargo as well. So we're not even going to get £5,045. Okay. Time for the final figure. We made £4,053. The journey here on the ferry cost us £5,045. We have lost £1,002 on this job. Our net profit for this job was minus £1,002. Very good. But it was funny. What should we do next? Freight market? No, we're not going to do a delivery from Holyhead to Dublin because we're currently in Turkey. So, Mersin to Beirut, 3,158. Are we going to get less from the job than it costs on the ferry again? I'll try it. I'll try it. Good thing about Promods Middle East is that there are a lot of cities, you know, very, very compact, you know, crammed into a very small area, which means you do end up seeing a lot of shorter jobs. And it's good if you want to do a couple of short jobs while you're waiting for something, you know, or you're waiting for someone to join a convoy, or you just fancy doing some shorter jobs. It's good that there's a lot of options for shorter jobs in this part of the world. Jesus, the windscreen wipers can't go any faster, by the way. Some very bad visibility right now. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, we haven't accepted the job yet, have we? My bad. There we go, Mersin to Beirut. Where's the trailer? Hello? Is it? Oh, it's all the way around there? There we go. Let's go. Okay, 15 tons of goat cheese to Beirut. Transport de Savoy. I hope the rain stops soon, because it's a bit distracting. And lights again. Lovely. I like that the entire light pole turns like to the colour of the light in Turkey. That's really cool. Ignore that. Moving on. Point. Oh shit, I didn't have time to slow down. I didn't have time to slow down. And I wasn't even speeding, the speed limit's 56. That was an unreasonable distance for me to stop. Why don't you move a bit faster, arsehole. What's going on? What's... Hello? Has he just fucking got out of his truck and gone for a smoke? What? I'm not sitting here waiting for that guy to move, because I know he's not gonna. Tit. I want to pull in and get some repairs anyway, while we're here. That'll do. Stop doing that. He definitely got out of his truck to have a cigarette at his turkey after all. Okay. Well. Oh, it stopped raining, look. Nice. Look at that sea, though. Oh, that's gorgeous. Beautiful. Silifke discovered. This is a new city. Didn't realise I'd never been here before. Wait, there's another garage here? Hold on. Huh? Why is there two garages so close together? That's weird. Traffic again. You know, the good thing about Snowrunner is there's no traffic. There are no other vehicles anywhere else. You know, anywhere about. It's just you on your own. Unless you play multiplayer, which we don't do. We should do multiplayer Snowrunner one day. How are you getting on, by the way, Mega Rocker? Because I'm only going to be playing this for another 40 minutes. Pass. I'm gonna try and pass. It's saying the new icons is missing, but it's not. Is it definitely the right version? Is it up to date? The annoying thing is you can't check the mod list while you're in game. I'd have to go back to the main menu, which is a bit stupid, to be honest. Promods definition package, wrong version. I just left everything as default when I generated the def. I really want to get back into this game, but I sold my steering wheel, so I don't think it will feel the same. I mean, it's still a great game, you know, even with a keyboard and mouse or a controller. I think a controller's the next best thing to a steering wheel. Lebanon. My mod list is same as hosts. It might just, it must be the definition then that doesn't match. Again, I've just left all the default settings on when I generated my def file. This is the problem with playing modded convoys, is they're so hard to get everyone, you know, make sure everyone's got the exact same mods and the exact same versions of all those mods. And the more mods you have, the longer it takes to do all this troubleshooting and stuff. There's a Promods Truckers MP server, right? It could be cool to do some Truckers MP Promods. Because you can do it as a kind of hybrid, then we could meet up with each other and drive as if we were on a convoy, but also be on the multiplayer server. Excellent. 3,158. Nice. Let's see if we can find one more short job to do whilst Mega Rocker does a little bit more troubleshooting. This is what I mean though, like, look at how closely packed all the towns and cities are in this area. It means that there's loads of really short jobs available in this part of the world, which is really great. I like doing the short jobs every now and then. There's a lot of them that are on ferries. Ooh, eggs to Bethlehem. Oh, and look at that. Look at that. Promods has officially recognized Palestine. Thank you very much, Promods. It didn't used to. In an older version of Promods, Palestine was listed as Israel. And there was actually a mod on Truckee Mods that added Palestine as a separate country. Nice to see that they've incorporated that into Promods itself now, though, so we are going to be delivering some eggs to Palestine. If I get into a trucking game, I'll wait for the new one with the Snowrunner engine. Yes, yes. It's called Road Kings, by the way. I found out the name. So the new game that's being developed by Saber, who do Snowrunner, is called Road Kings. It's basically Mudrunner and Snowrunner physics, but on real roads, on highways, which sounds so exciting. I can't wait to check it out. There's also a rumour, nothing's been confirmed, but there's a rumour that they might be making a farming sim. They might be making a farming simulator game in the Snowrunner engine with Snowrunner physics. Sign me up. Sign me the fuck up. I mean, I know that there's been some farming in Snowrunner. There's a couple of DLCs where you can do a very limited bit of farming, and it isn't very good. But if they do a standalone game, if they like build a game specifically for it, hopefully I think it could have a lot of potential. I would, because I've always said I'd love a farming sim game with Mudrunner physics. It's only rumored at the minute. I saw a video of someone was signing up for some playtesting. There's all sorts of websites where you can sign up to be playtesters for experimental games and stuff. And one of the offers was to playtest a new farming experience, which is published by Focus Entertainment. Now, Focus Entertainment is the studio that publishes the Snowrunner games, but it doesn't specifically say that the game is developed by Saber. It just says that the game is published by Focus. So it's not a confirmation or anything, it's just a rumor, it's just speculation at the minute. But if there is a farming sim game by the creators of Snowrunner, that would be insane. I would absolutely lap that up. You can have whatever political opinions about Palestine, but it sounds odd for the old version to call it Israel. You have a bunch of trucks turning up to the wrong place. It was more because it's, like, disputed territory. In other areas of the map where there's disputed territory, I don't know, actually. How was Kosovo handled? Because I believe that Kosovo, in Promods, Kosovo was listed as part of Serbia, rather than as a separate country, because it's disputed territory again. I don't know if they fixed that at this point. I mean, it's been like 15 years since Kosovo became independent, so it should have been sorted by now. But it's kind of the same thing. It was really just because technically, you know, Palestine is disputed territory or whatever. But it's nice to see that they've recognized that and added it as a separate country in the game files now. Not sure if you're into the Saw games, but they're making a 3v1 multiplayer game called Saw Genesis. Ooh. I was never massively into Saw, to be honest. Not my cup of tea, really. A game could be interesting, though. A 3v1 game as well. I love asymmetrical games. They last used that engine on John Carpenter's Toxic Commando, which came out in March 2026. Not played that. Meeting's done! Hey Max, welcome back. We're currently delivering 21 tons of eggs to Bethlehem. The birthplace of Jesus Christ, if you're a Christian, or Jewish. Jewish people believe that Jesus was born in Islam, in Bethlehem, right? No, wait. No, Jesus isn't part of Judaism, right? Judaism and Islam are basically just the Old Testament of Christianity. Like they're all, like the Torah and the Quran are kind of synonymous and analogous to the Old Testament, whereas only Christianity has the New Testament. So Jesus doesn't exist in Judaism or Islam, I think. I don't know. I'm not an expert on religion. The point is, we're going to Bethlehem, and some people believe that that's where Jesus was born. Don't open that can of worms. Yes, no, I'm not trying to start a religious debate. I'm not trying to start any religious discourse. Just, you know, I went to a Church of England primary school, as I'm sure basically everyone in the UK did. We all know that the baby Jesus was born in Bethlehem, in a stable. Now loaded into server again. Okay, hopefully we will see you soon, Mega Rocker. Border checkpoint. Jesus exists in all Abrahamic religions, but he's different in each one, like the Marvel multiverse. I mean, you're not wrong. Like, the Abrahamic religions are essentially, you know, they originated as one. Like they're essentially like, you know, you have different branches of Christianity. You have Catholicism and Protestantism. Like all the Abrahamic religions are basically that, but over time they've diverted. You know, they've divulged more and more from each other. But all the Abrahamic religions basically can be traced back to the same origin, right? Again, it's just like how you can have different sects within one religion. Over time, they drift apart enough that they become distinct religions, you know, in their own right. Okay, we are crossing into Syria. And yes, I'm aware that driving around in a giant trans flag would be somewhat frowned upon in some of the countries that I'm visiting in-game right now. But it's not real, don't worry. I'm perfectly safe. How far have we got to go, by the way? Oh, we're on the road to Damascus. That's in the Bible as well. I don't know the. Wait. Who was it? Was it Saint Paul? Was it Saul? The actual real Saul from the Bible? Like, isn't that his story? He was on the road to Damascus, and he became a Christian, and then he became Saint Paul. And I only know that because when I was growing up, old people used to ask me if my name was biblical. I am literally, this is probably blasphemy, but I am literally Saint Paul, aka Saul, on the road to Damascus. Look at me. I'm a prophet of the Lord. Or a disciple, or whatever else. I'm not an expert in religion, I just know words that appear in the Bible. On the road to Damascus, got blinded and turned from his evil ways. There we go. So, somewhere along this trip, I'm going to go blind, renounce my transgenderism, and turn to the light side and repent, and become a good Christian boy. That's not to imply that Christianity is inherently anti-trans, by the way, because it's not. I know plenty of Christians who are trans positive, you know, who are accepting of trans people. It was just a little joke. It was just a little joke. I know trans Christians. I know trans positive Christians. I wasn't trying to imply that Christianity is transphobic. Just some of the people who follow it, maybe. Judaism's the oldest out of all of them, about 4,000 years ago, 2,000 years older than Christianity. Yeah, Christianity is the newcomer, really, isn't it? I'm sorry, Max, I'm sorry. Like, in all seriousness, I have been told by Christians that I'm going to go to hell because being trans is a sin, but I've also been told by other Christians that Jesus loves me no matter who I am. So it's not the religion that's the problem, you know, it's the people who follow it. Which just applies to anything, right? No matter what it is, no matter what kind of group you belong to, or what religion you support, or what religion you believe in, or anything like that, there's always going to be people who use it as an excuse to be arseholes, basically. But then there's also going to be people who are genuinely nice people, genuinely kind people, right? Those aren't true Christians, says Max. Exactly. Like if we're again, I don't want to turn this into a religious debate, but it isn't like basically rule one of being a Christian is be nice to people. Like, it's literally as simple as that. Just treat everyone with kindness. And it's amazing how many religious people just completely ignore that. But again, I'm not saying that it's a problem with religion itself, because I've got friends and family who are Christians. One of my uncles is Christian, and he is completely accepting of me as a trans person. You know, I know trans people who are themselves Christians. Religion is not inherently transphobic. I'm not trying to suggest that in any way. It's one of those things where it can be used by people as an excuse for their transphobia, you know? And it is, all the time. People use it to justify being awful to each other. And I always just think, like, you're not really a great example of your religion, are you? You're not really representing the values of Christianity. You're just saying that you're a Christian whilst being a horrible piece of shit. You know what I mean? Oh, Islam's newer. I didn't know that. It's still saying Promods definition pack is wrong, host and mine. I don't know what to do then, Mega Rocker, I'm sorry. There's only 20 minutes left anyway, so I think we're just gonna have to leave the convoy for today. Hopefully we can figure that out before next time though, because I don't know what the problem is. If you've generated a def file with all the default settings, it should be fine. But if there's a mismatched version, then clearly something's not adding up, right? Oh, traffic. Religion in general contradicts itself. It'll say be nice to everyone, but then someone like you, it's the highway to hell. I don't think that's the religion itself contradicting itself. I think it's the interpretation of it, you know? Like, famously, the man shall not lie with man is a mistranslation. Like, at this point, everybody knows that man shall not lie with man is a mistranslation. And everyone uses it as like, oh, well, the Bible says homosexuality is a sin. No, it doesn't. It's literally a mistranslation. The original translation is that man shall not lie with a boy. Paedophilia is a sin, obviously. It's one of those things where people have deliberately interpreted it in a way that they can use it as homophobia, but it's not actually... It's not homophobic. Like, the script itself was not intended to be homophobic. It's been used to justify homophobia, you know? And trans people, I mean, I really don't think that trans people are even mentioned in the Bible, so how can being trans be a sin? You know what I mean? It's another one of those things where people will pick certain passages from the Bible and they'll be like, ha, look at this. This says that trans people are evil and they're going to go to hell. And it's like, no, it doesn't. It doesn't say that at all. It doesn't actually mention trans people at all. So what are you talking about? Again, I think it's one of those things where there are contradictions, don't get me wrong. There are definitely parts of the Bible that contradict other parts of the Bible because it was written by multiple people over, you know, hundreds of years. But I think when it comes to homophobia and transphobia, there isn't actually that much contradiction. It's just people deliberately misinterpreting it. You know what I mean? I'd also like to point out that the word homosexual didn't actually exist in the Bible until like the 1950s. Exactly, I think it's the King James Bible was the first version to use man shall not lie with man. So that was the first version to explicitly condemn homosexuality, which again was a mistranslation of earlier versions. So again, that's the problem. When you translate something over and over and over again, over hundreds of years, you can easily lose the intended meaning, especially if you're someone who is deliberately trying to twist it, right? If you're, you know, imagine you're the person who translated the King James version of the Bible, and you also happen to be a homophobic piece of shit. You can imagine somebody rubbing their hands together and being like, this man shall not lie with boy. I'm just going to change it a little bit. I'm just going to change the word in this translation a little bit. I mean, you can see how that would happen. You can see how it would deliberately be mistranslated and deliberately be misinterpreted by somebody with an agenda. Again, I don't think that Christianity is inherently homophobic or transphobic. I know Christians who are very supportive, and I know Christians who are queer themselves. It's just, it often gets misinterpreted, and it often gets used as an excuse for that behaviour, right? And look, I am technically a Christian. I was baptised in the Church of England. Technically, I am a child of God. I don't practice or anything, but, you know, I've not done anything wrong, so hopefully I'll still be getting into heaven. I've posted the pic in the media channel. I'll check it out, Mega Rocker, and I'll see what I can sort out for next time. But yeah, it's a bit too late to troubleshoot it now, so I'll just have to carry on my own. Anyway, how did we get onto this? I specifically said that I didn't want to start a religious debate, and look what happened. I guess it's not really a debate, it's more of a healthy discussion. You know, I think we're all pretty much on the same page. We're pretty much all in agreement as to the point being made, which is that it's not the religion itself that's the problem, it's people who use it as an excuse for that kind of behaviour. You opened that can of worms? Yeah, to be fair, I did start it. So fair enough. We'll be sent to hell and forced to play Unreal 5 games for eternity. Oh god. Anyway, where are we? Are we still in Serbia? Oh no, we passed Damascus. We passed Damascus ages ago. This is the border. We're about to cross into Palestine. Or worse, will we forced to play Pong for eternity with no sound? Oh, good old Pong, eh? Not close enough. Okay, we're in. Pong on Unreal Engine 5. Wow. Yeah, Pong but with DLSS. AI enhanced DLSS. I don't know why I turned the engine off then. Okay, any second now it should pop up on the screen. It hasn't popped up yet. Normally when you drive into a new country it says on the hood. But we are in Palestine. There's 2 hours to go on the job. How much further is it? 120 miles. Why is it saying please stop to access the screen? Go away. Whoa! What? Whoa. Don't do that. You're not supposed to be able to show me that screen while I'm driving. So how many jobs have we done today? I think we've done 4 jobs, right? We did pick up trucks from Craiova to Ruse. We did beverages from Hoti to Mersin. Then we did... What did we deliver from Mersin to Beirut? I can't remember, but we did something from Mersin to Beirut, and then Beirut to Bethlehem, which is the job we're doing now. So that's not bad. 4 jobs. Pretty decent. Again, I like being in this part of the map because there's loads of cities very close together, which means you tend to get a lot of shorter jobs on the job market. Drinks, says Mega Rocker. Was it drinks? Can you see job history? I know that you can. Where do I see job history? This is... Yep, this is it. This is Bethlehem. Oh no, not quite. We turn right here. Was it a tanker? No, that was it was a refrigerated wagon. It was the same wagon that trailer. It was the same trailer that I've got now. I think it's refrigerated. Yeah, it will be because we're carrying eggs, right? The first job was the pickup trucks. The second job was the tanker. That was to Mersin. Then there was another job, Mersin to Beirut. That's the one that I'm not sure about. But I know it was the same trailer that we're using for this one. Oh god, the road's getting a bit windy here. Don't think that this motorway was here when Mary and Joseph came in on the donkey. Wait a minute, why is there another border checkpoint here? Hang on. Stop. Come to a stop. What country am I in? We're in Jordan. We weren't even in Palestine. We're crossing into Palestine now. This was... Right, Lebanon, Syria. Damascus is in Syria. Where we are now, we're in Jordan. Now we're going into Palestine. Right. Geography isn't my strong suit. I know roughly where all the countries are, but I couldn't point to the exact locations of a lot of the smaller countries. And also, the Jordanese flag is quite similar to... Is it Jordanese or is it Jordanian? I think it's Jordanian is the correct word. The Jordanian flag is quite similar to the Palestinian flag, so I'm sorry that I got the country that we're currently in wrong. But now we're going into Palestine. Which school subject would you say is your weakness? I don't know, to be honest. You know, not to brag, but I did quite well in all of my subjects at GCSE level. I guess my worst grade... What was my worst grade? My worst grade was a C in Latin. But I don't know if... Latin's not really... Latin doesn't really count, does it, you know? I'm trying to think. I got an A star in maths. No, I got an A star in English Lit. A star in English Lit, A in English Language, A in maths, B in further maths, B in economics, B in history. I think I might have got a C in computing, actually. And I later went on to get a degree in computer science. But I'm pretty sure I got a C at GCSE level computing. So technically that would have been my worst subject, computer science. ironic that I now have a degree in that. Worst was maths, best was history. I liked history. I mean, I guess the bigger question is what subject is your favourite? You know, what did you enjoy the most? Because I do feel like the subjects that you genuinely enjoy, those are the ones that you do better in, you know? The ones that you're actually passionate about and genuinely want to learn, those are the ones that you do good in. And I was really passionate about history. Geography, not so much. I'm honestly a lot more interested in geography now as an adult, like natural geography and stuff like that, than I was back then. But I was always really passionate about history. I was always really into science. I loved chemistry. Not so much biology or physics, but chemistry was a really great subject. I did A-level chemistry because I really enjoyed it. I do feel like the subjects that you're most passionate about, those are the ones that you do better in because you actually want to learn them, you know what I mean? Vikings and World War II for me. I'm pretty sure we did segregation. We did the civil rights movement for GCSE history. Which was fascinating to learn about. The other group, there were two groups because so many people took history in our A-level in our secondary school. They split us into two groups, and each group did a different subject. Because when you get into the exam, there's like the exam split into two halves, right? And you can choose which half of the exam paper to do. There was the civil rights movement, and there was feudal era China, like Chinese, some aspect of Chinese history, and our group, the group that I was in, we did the civil rights movement. The other group did Chinese history, and I just remember going into the history exam and being like, wouldn't it be really fucking stupid if I just answered the China questions instead of the civil rights movement questions? I didn't. I did the section that I was supposed to do. But I always think it's funny when you have exams like that, where the exam paper's split into two halves and you're only supposed to do the half that you learned about. Like, what if you just did the other half? What if I just sat down and answered all the questions on China that I didn't study for at all? What is this road? Bloody hell. When I was at school, you could choose secondary language. I went with French. I went with German. Because the thing is, French was mandatory for most of my schooling, and I think in most primary schools, French is the language that you go for. And then when you get to secondary school, a lot of secondary schools teach French by default as well. So by the time I got to GCSE, I'd been learning French for like 10 years, and I just didn't really enjoy it. Now, I don't hate French as a language, but it wasn't a language that I was particularly passionate about. So when the option came along to do German instead, I took that, and I did German. And then at A-level, I couldn't do German because it was like in the same block as one of the other subjects that I wanted to take. So I ended up doing Latin at A-level as well. And I got a D in A-level Latin, so I didn't do particularly well. This is the right place, yeah? Yeah, Warburers? Yeah, Waberers. We're in the right place. Hello, Sophie, welcome back. I know enough to get by, says Mega Rocker. That's good, that's good. It's a very useful language to learn, you know, for an English speaker. I think you know, the best second language really depends on what country you're from and what country you live in. If you're from the UK, then I think French is a good second language to know. Obviously, if you live in the United States, Spanish is kind of the obvious choice for a second language. If you're an English speaker in the US, Spanish is the obvious choice. Like I say, I think it does depend where you live, but in the UK, I think French is a pretty solid choice to go for. Which, of course, is why I decided to teach myself Japanese. And I think I speak enough Japanese to get by as well. I've never put it to the test, because I've never been to Japan, but I think I know enough that I could hold my own, you know? I guess you never really know until you've got to put it to the test, right? I mean, maybe I'd go to Japan, and the first person to come up to talk to me, I'd look at them like they were speaking Japanese. But the thing is, I've never been officially taught Japanese. It's something that I've learned myself sporadically over the years. I've never taken official lessons for it or anything like that, so I wouldn't call myself a brilliant Japanese speaker by any means. But yeah, I think I could get by. All my German is from World War II movies. Don't use that over there. Yeah, maybe. I like German, though. I really love German as a language, which is why I did it at GCSE. I was really eager to learn it. I think it's a really, really cool language. And it is always one that I've wanted to pick back up again. I would love to be a polyglot, you know? It's so hard to learn languages as an adult. And I'm so jealous of people who can speak like 20 different languages. That would be so amazing to just, you know, to be able to go to so many different countries and just flawlessly speak whatever language. That would be great. I would love to be fluent in Japanese. I would love to learn German. I'd like to do Korean. I very, very briefly learned a bit of Korean about 5 years ago, but it was distracting me from Japanese, so I you know, gave up on it. But Korean I'd like to speak. I would like to speak French. You know, again, I don't hate French as a language. I just kind of got fatigue from learning French throughout primary school, so I didn't want to continue it. But French would be great. Spanish, obviously. There's a lot of languages that I'd quite like to learn, but I mean, I think maybe focus on speaking Japanese a bit more fluently first, considering that's the one that I actually want to learn the most. Anyway, that's all we got time for Euro Truck today. We are going to switch over to Snowrunner now. It's been good. We did 4 jobs. I forgot to check what the 3rd job was. I'll look back on the VOD later and find out. But thank you for joining me for this. I'm now going to switch over to Snowrunner. Let me put my music on for a minute while I set it up. Yes, I really need to sort out the bot commands. I keep forgetting to do it. I need to sort out the commands because I migrated from migrated from Streamlabs to Stream Elements, and the bot doesn't have the same like, what's the words? Variables. So if you use a command, it probably won't work. There's an old prisoner of war camp near me that I'm planning on visiting. World War II is my favourite topic in history. I always found World War II a very interesting topic because it's so recent as well. I mean, obviously learning about ancient history is good. It's good to learn about things that happened thousands of years ago, but I would argue that it is more important to learn recent history. Like say, in my GCSE history, we learned about the civil rights movement in America. Most British school kids learn about World War II and World War I at some point. And I think that is really important history to learn. Recent history, is very important, because it has informed and shaped so much of the world around us today, you know? Like, that's still effectively happening. The effects of World War II, the effects of the Civil Rights Movement, those are still... We're still feeling those effects today because they're so recent, you know? So I love learning about recent history. I love learning about, you know, stuff that's happened in the last 200 years or so, the Industrial Revolution, you know, all that kind of stuff. That I would say is probably the area of history that I'm most interested in. Okay, Universal Control Remapper. Just launch this. I'm assuming throughout the 50s, 60s and so on was a very touchy subject because of how recent it was. That's a good point. When did people start learning about World War II in history? You know, when did it become history in the sense that people started to learn about it at school? Interesting thought. Like, how long ago does something have to happen before they start teaching it in history class? Food for thought. Never really thought about that, yeah. Never crossed my mind before, but when was it? The 60s? 70s? When did people... I mean, I assume my dad learned about World War II in school. Did my granddad learn about World War II? My granddad was born in 1950, so he would have been a schoolboy in, like, the late 50s, early 60s. Would he have learned about World War II in his history lessons? I genuinely don't know. When did it become something that was taught in history lessons? When will what's happening right now be taught in history lessons? When will, you know, the Russian-Ukraine war be taught in history? When will the conflict in Palestine be a history subject that kids learn about in history lessons? Makes you think. Makes you think. Anyway, let's play Snowrunner. Might have accidentally started something. No, it's good. It's good, Draydog. It's food for thought. You know, it's something that I've never really considered before. How recent, how old does something have to be before it becomes a subject for a history lesson? I mean, I guess technically you can learn about history at any time, right? But when does it become just a generally accepted topic for a history lesson? You know, when does the general attitude, when do schools as a whole start teaching something as a history subject? It's interesting. It's a very, very intriguing line of thought that you've brought to the chat, Draydog. Okay, here we go. Back to Snowrunner. Why is it... Oh, right. Hang on. Hi, Frederick. How you doing? According to Google, it entered school curricula in the 50s. Ah, okay. So I guess my granddad would have been part of the first generation to learn about World War II in history. Became standard in the 70s. Cool. There we go. We've answered a question. We've asked a question, and we've got an answer. Fascinating. Like, genuinely, that sounds very condescending, but genuinely fascinating to think about stuff like that, you know? Oh, wow. By some miracle, all of the controls are still mapped properly. Nice. Hi again, Frederick. How are you doing? So we're still in North Carolina, by the way. If you recall, in the last Snowrunner stream, we were still trying to build the nuclear power station, and we've still got a couple of items to deliver for that. But we should be able to get that finished within like the first half an hour or so, hopefully. We are our very own history lesson. Exactly. You know, every day is a teaching day. You don't have to be in school to learn. You can learn anytime, any place. Speaking of, by the way, sort of tangentially related, my next Peak District video is going to be out tomorrow. It's already out today if you're a Patreon supporter, and it's full of history and geography and stuff like that. I try to make my Peak District videos as educational as possible, because I think it's absolutely fascinating to learn about the history of our country, you know. So if you want to see a good educational video with some history and geography and all that kind of good stuff, keep your eyes peeled on YouTube tomorrow for my next Peak District video. Hopefully it'll be out on TikTok tomorrow as well. I've still got some editing to do on the TikTok version, but I'm going to try and get it done. And again, if you're a Patreon supporter, you can watch it right now. So go ahead and give it a watch after the stream. Just to double check where we are, by the way. Okay, I see where we need to be going. Why is it not deleting the last waypoint? Weird. Or pay £1 to see it after this stream. Exactly, Sophie. If you become a Patreon supporter, you can see the video right now. And you can see some behind-the-scenes exclusives as well. There's some 8K photos that I took, which are really great. There's a no-commentary version of the video if you don't want to listen to me yap about history. So yeah, check it out. Become a Patreon supporter. It only costs £1. Lots of behind-the-scenes stuff. Really good. And thank you to my current Patreon supporters. Your names should appear at the top in any moment. Hey, Matt on YouTube, how you doing? Frederick says, have you ever driven a Freightliner Argosy? I haven't. I don't think I've driven any Freightliner trucks before, to be honest with you. I used one of the photos as my screensaver. That's cool, Sophie. That's exactly what I was hoping people would do with them. I thought they'd make really good desktop wallpapers or screensavers or whatever else, so I'm glad that you used them, that you used one of them for that. Have you watched the video yet, Sophie, by the way? Not yet, didn't have time, but I will after the stream. That's good, that's okay. I hope you'll enjoy it. I have to go, said I'd visit a friend for a drink tonight. No worries, Mega Rocker, thank you for joining. Sorry about the convoy, but we'll try again next time. Have a good evening. I'm good, says Matt, glad to hear it. I'm good too. I'm good. I'm honestly, I'm feeling a lot more relaxed today. Yesterday's stream just stressed me out because of the heat and Minecraft was being an arsehole and everything else. But today, it's been a nice, relaxed stream. And I never thought I'd say that about Snowrunner. You know how much I've raged at this game in the past, but I like it. I'm calm. Catch you all later. Bye-bye, Mega Rocker. I'm live tomorrow for Horror Wednesday, by the way, if you're around. Phasmophobia and escape the back rooms should be good. By the way, did I mention that I love the Bandit now? I actually love this truck now. I used to hate this truck so much because I didn't realise the crane just makes it insanely top-heavy. All you have to do is take the crane off. It's nowhere near as top-heavy. And it actually works. It actually performs really well. All I had to do was take the crane off it, and it actually turned into an amazing truck. So, yeah, I love the Bandit now. I'm sorry I misjudged you. Beautiful son of a bitch. It's a bespoke truck in real life, by the way. This is not like a production truck. It's actually made from a converted bus, which is insane to think about. But there's only one of these in the world in real life, and it looks a bit different from this. They've the weird thing about Snowrunner is because they don't always have licenses for real life trucks, they'll have to change the model slightly. So even though this is based on a real truck, it actually has a slightly different body shell. Like it's a slightly different shape to the real thing. But it's similar enough that you can tell what it's based on, you know what I mean? And the same goes for a lot of other trucks in the game. Whenever they can't get a license for a certain truck, they'll make a truck that is similar to it, but they'll change the shape of it a little bit. The real truck that this is based on has a flat front, and it looks a lot more like a bus. It's a lot more obvious that it's a converted bus. Is there a Unimog in the game? Not as far as I know, Sophie, which is a shame. The Unimog would be perfect for this. I used to have a Lego Technic Unimog. Oh, and it was massive. One of my favourite Lego sets ever. My parents got it me for Christmas when I was like 15. Just this huge Lego Technic Unimog. So cool. So cool. I wish I still had it. Would you play The Last of Us, says Draydog. Potentially. Potentially. Lights, please. Thank you. I mean, I'm always looking for games to play on Horror Wednesday. I do want to start playing more single-player horror games in future. Because it's been a while since we did any single-player horror. I think the last single-player horror we did was Routine, right? Which was a great game. I really enjoyed that. Currently watching the series, it's pretty much like The Walking Dead, but with The Last of Us, they actually got a cure. Yeah, I've heard that comparison. I drove one of the earlier Unimogs, and you don't realise how high they are when you're in the cab. 5 steps into the cab, damn, damn. That's a high truck. Where am I? Yeah, I am going the right way. Good. I just put one of those markers was in the wrong place. There we go. I could do with refueling as well. Actually, no. I've got a roof rack. I think there's fuel supplies on the roof rack. Oh god, stop, stop, stop. Whoa, hold on. Refuel. Nice. Okay, I didn't realize there was that much in it. Let's go build us a nuclear power station. Does my beacon light work in this? I don't know, I can't figure out which button to press to turn on the beacon light. Shame. If you all want something fun to do, go to Google Earth Street View. You can change the date so you can see what everything looked like from 2007 onwards. I was actually doing that today, as a matter of fact. Sophie, I was doing a bit of research for a video, and I needed to know what a certain area looked like in, like, 2004. $98K on channel points. Damn. Damn, you're almost into triple figures. I'm sure one of you has probably got more than 100K right now, yeah? I don't know who, but someone must have. Okay, Bandit is struggling a little bit in this mud. Might be a bit easier in the daytime, so I can see what I'm doing. There we go. I had a 75-day stream streak until my holiday. Oh, that's a shame, Sophie. But cool. Camera's lagging a bit, sorry about that. I might have Kick had channel points on. I need to set that up, yeah, because there is a channel point system on Kick. I just haven't got around to sorting it out yet. There's a few things I still need to set up on Kick, to be honest. The thing is, it was so easy to get Kick set up for streaming that I ended up forgetting to do any of the other stuff. Oh, thanks for redeeming no swearing, Sophie. Can someone time 5 minutes for me? Yeah, because when I decided to do Kick and I looked at it, I was like, it's really that easy to get set up streaming on Kick. And then I just didn't end up setting up the channel points or anything like that, but they are available. They are, you know, I can do channel points on Kick and other stuff like that. I just need to sort it out. And I still need to sort out the chat bot as well so that the commands actually work. I can only go back to 2008 on my channel, on my Google Maps. I think it depends on the area. Yeah, I think some areas do have earlier imagery available than others. We need some more channel point redeemable goals, says Sophie. I know, I need ideas though. I need other big goals that we can do. I think it was you who suggested, Sophie. Wasn't it you who suggested that I could play a rage game if I hit a certain amount of points? That could be something worth doing. Like if I get 100,000 channel points donated, I'll play Getting Over It or some other game that will make me lose my mind. Because I know you all love seeing me get angry. That could be good. We could set something up like, you know, every 100,000 points, I'll play a rage game. Holy lag runner, says Patrick. Yeah, I don't know what it is today. It's not usually this bad with Snowrunner. I saw how angry you were getting over Minecraft. I'm assuming it'll be like that, but probably worse. Yeah, I mean, you've seen me get angry at Snowrunner as well. I got pretty angry at Factorio last week too. I can get angry at games on occasion. So I'm sure playing a game that's specifically designed to make you angry would be a really great idea. And I'm sure everyone would love to see me slowly increase my heart rate to the point of a heart attack because I'm playing the most rage-inducing game of all time. My favourite clip of you is the HS2 rant from Wonders of Soda. Oh, yeah. God. I want to play more Wonders of Sodor. I really hope they'll announce some DLC soon, because there's still been no announcement of any DLC yet. But I would like to play it again. The lag's not so bad here, is it? Maybe it was just the other map area. Maybe it was just something in that area that was causing lag problems, because it seems fine now. What? No! Are you joking? Is this a joke? I'm not gonna get angry, but is this actually a joke? What are you talking about? I clipped the like boom of the excavator, and it's tipped the entire truck over. Seems a little unfair, but it's okay. I've got a plan. The plan is that you can't see it because it's behind my webcam, but the plan is we're gonna get our trusty... Where is the... Wait, where's the... Time's up, thank you, STFC and Max. Where is our... Zix? That's the one we want. Oh, detached trailer. There we go. Don't worry. I've got this. I've got this. Isn't HS2 the new railway they're building? Yes, it is. It is, Draydog. It's the new high-speed line that they were supposed to be building from London to Manchester via Birmingham. Now it's only going as far as Birmingham. There was supposed to be a leg to Sheffield and Leeds as well. That's gone. Basically, all of it's gone, apart from the bit between London and Birmingham, where there's already like 3 different high-speed railways. So that's nice, isn't it? At least people from Birmingham will be able to get to London 30 minutes faster than they used to, and it only cost £100 billion. What if you live in the north of England and you want to get to London quickly? Fuck you, that's what. But I'm not going to go on that rant again, because I've already done it. I've already ranted about HS2. Who else finds buying clothes from Tesco really weird, said Sophie? Not really. I don't think I've really bought clothes from Tesco. Asda, yeah, we used to get school uniforms from George. But I don't think I've ever really shopped at Tesco for clothes. Ah yes, HS2 smashing ancient woodland to save 30 minutes. Exactly, exactly. I think it is just this map, because look, the camera's lagging again. I bet when we go to the other map area it'll stop lagging. I think it's just this area of the map that's causing it. I don't know why, but... I live in Brackley and I have to drive through the HS2 works to get in and out of Brackley. That's ridiculous. So it's right by you, Sophie? That's very unfortunate. I tell you, the one good thing about the northern leg of HS2 being cancelled is I don't have to fucking look at it. At least I never have to see HS2 with my own eyes. giant fucking scar across the country that's literally visible from space. That's taken over a decade to complete, is going to cost more than 100 billion, and isn't going to be complete for at least another 5 years, possibly 10. Here I am ranting about HS2 again after I said I wouldn't do that. But I mean, come on. Literally the biggest waste of taxpayer money since paying MPs. Elon Musk could pay for it 100 times over. Yeah, but I'd rather Elon Musk paid to go to Mars and then all of us just collectively agree not to go to Mars and just let him have it to himself, as long as it keeps him out of the way, you know. We'll go and colonize Venus, which will be tricky, as we saw in yesterday's Minecraft stream, because it's not a very nice planet to live on. But I'm sure we'd find a way. Or send him to Venus, you know. Someone tell him that Venus is actually closer than Mars, and let him go over there. And we'll go to Mars. Here's a question. Would you go to Mars? Would you, if, you know, if we did live in a world where space travel was, like, an affordable thing that you could just do, would you go on holiday to the moon? Would you go on holiday to Mars? I would. I would love to see... Like, genuinely, that's always been a dream of mine, to stand on another planet. And I know it's never going to happen in my lifetime. Certainly not for me, personally. But, God. Wouldn't it just be so amazing to look up into the sky and see Earth and be like, that's where I'm from. That ball of rock up in the sky. I think it'd be so cool. I genuinely... I know it'll never happen in my lifetime, but the idea of going to space and going to another planet, I would absolutely love that. I can imagine Saul being an astronaut in a spacesuit. Yeah. I would love it. I'd love it. Plus, I'd be a bit taller, because your spine decompresses in space. I might get to be 5'7" for a couple of weeks after I got back. You lost me at affordable, says Pappy Chuckle. True, like, it's not going to be affordable for a dozen lifetimes, you know, it's... I think it will be, eventually, if we don't wipe each other out with war and global warming in the next 10 years. If we do continue to exist as a species and we continue to develop technologically, I think in like 300 years' time, it could be something that's possible. Okay, here we go. How do I operate the crane? I forget. Why is it not... Why is it not giving me the option to operate right now? What? Why? My crane's broken, it won't let me use it. For fuck's sake, so I've just driven this all the way here for nothing. No! Okay. So remember what I was saying earlier about how calming and relaxing this game was? I take it back. Fuck this game. Where's the bandit gone? Genuinely, where has it gone? I don't understand. It's disappeared. Did I not reset it to the garage? It's gone. It's actually fucking got... There it is. Jesus Christ. Right. Okay, so we're going to have to go and pick up some more metal beams. I really thought this job was going to be so quick and easy. But it's Snowrunner, so of course it's not going to be. I always thought you were tall, though, says Sophie. People think that. I don't understand why people get the impression that I'm tall. I think it's just because I'm lanky. You know, I'm very thin. It gives the illusion of tallness when I'm not stood next to anyone for reference, you know. But I'm a short arse, I always have been. If it weren't blistering heat right now, I'd offer a hug. Oh, thank you, Max. I appreciate the sentiment. It's okay, though. We'll get back to where we were. It's not over. Back from training, how's the trucking going? Not bad, P. We've just unfortunately tipped over the bandit and had to... Now we're having to go and pick up another load of metal beams, but apart from that, not bad. How was training? How was cricket? Oh, Jesus. Okay. I'm getting a little bit reckless. Played a short game and got bowled out by my mother-in-law. Oh, dear. Okay, let me just check. Right, follow this to the end, turn right. No, follow this to this junction, turn right, then turn left. Then follow that to the end, then turn right. Got it. Lag again. You know what I think it is? I think it's the water. I bet it's the reflections from the water, because it seems to happen in areas with lots of puddles. Yeah, look at that. It almost disappears as soon as I get out of the puddle, and then I come to this next set of puddles and it starts again. That's what I think it is. Don't think there's really anything I can do about it, though. Because I think I've already got the reflections at minimum. I need a bath now, though. It's still sticky warm out there. Yeah. How's June holding up in the heat? He's not been too bad. The thing is, it's the humidity, isn't it? It gets really hot and clammy in his enclosure. I've been taking him out. I've been taking him downstairs in the afternoons to just leaving him in the living room for a bit. The whole enclosure, obviously, not just like taking him out, but just in case there was any confusion. But I've been taking his enclosure downstairs to keep him cool in the afternoons. He had a mealworm on Monday. Not Monday, Sunday. So he's eating alright, he's doing well. But yeah, the heat's definitely... I mean, it's too much for him. You know, it's too much for a spider that's native to Central America. You know what I mean? I've noticed that he's been quite lethargic and... You know, not really as active in the heat. So it's clearly having an effect on him. What the hell? We got definite sex on him now? I think so, because it looks like he's got boxing gloves. I can't say for certain. The thing is, if he does have boxing gloves, that means that he's already mature. But he doesn't look big enough to be fully mature. And, like, according to the spider shop, it's a fairly big species of jumping spider. Like, he doesn't look big enough to be fully grown, but it looks like he's got his boxing gloves, which would imply that he is fully grown. But the boxing gloves, by the way, are the sperm sacs on the pedipalps. When male spiders are mature, they have like these big bags on the end of their pedipalps, which are literally their testes, their sperm sacs. People call them boxing gloves because they look a bit like boxing gloves. But it looks like he has those, which would suggest an adult male. But at the same time, he doesn't look big enough to be an adult male. You know, he still looks like he's got a couple of mops left in him. So I'm still not 100% sure. But I would say with some confidence that he's most likely male. Okay, here we go. Let's try this again. Get some more metal beams and try not to lose them this time. I'd really like to do a video about spider anatomy at some point. Because I think there's a lot of really fascinating things about spiders that a lot of people don't know. Like, if you ask the average person what they know about spiders in, like, a biological sense, they know that they've got 8 legs, and they might know that they've got 8 eyes, and that's usually about it. And I think it'd be interesting to do a video on spider anatomy and talk a bit more about their biology, you know, and sexual dimorphism and reproduction and stuff like that. I didn't even know they had 8 eyes. Yeah, most species do. Some have 2, 4, or 6 eyes, but most have 8. And different genuses, like different families of spiders, have different configurations of eyes. So with jumping spiders, they have 2 big eyes at the front. Those are the full color vision eyes. Then they have 2, like, sort of to the side, like in the top corners above their main pair of eyes, they have another pair, which are basically just motion detectors. They have 2 more at the back, which are also motion detectors. And they have, like, a vestigial pair of eyes on the top of the head as well. Those don't actually function anymore. They've kind of evolved out of them. But yeah, jumping spider vision is really fascinating as well. Like, jumping spiders can see in full color. They are trichromes, I believe, so they've got 3 vision cones, same as we do, so they can basically see the same colors as we can. I think they're a bit more sensitive to UV light, which is good to know, because my very first jumping spider, I lit their enclosure with a UV light, and I look back on that now and I think, was I stressing that spider out by using a UV bulb in their enclosure, because they are more sensitive to UV. But yeah, the 2 main eyes on a jumping spider, the big eyes, those are the full color vision eyes. They actually can't see very far with those eyes. It's really weird. They kind of have a small square of color vision, and then they have, like, grayscale vision around that. Like, imagine watching a video in black and white, but there's a little square of the video in the middle that's in color. That's how spiders see. That's how jumping spiders see. They only have color vision in those 2 eyes, and the other eyes have black and white vision. So it's like seeing a black and white picture with a little square in the middle colored in, which is really weird to think about. And then the eyes at the back are just motion detectors, basically. They're sensitive to light, so they can see something move past them. Like if it changes, if it casts a shadow over them, they'll be able to detect it. It's not like they've got 360 degrees, you know, they can see all the way around in 4K HD or anything like that. It's weird to think about having different pairs of eyes that do different jobs, right? Because we've got one pair of eyes that both do the same thing, right? It's weird to think... Imagine if you had two more eyes on the side of your head that extended your peripheral vision, but only in black and white. So your peripheral vision was in black and white, but your straightforward vision was in colour. That's how jumping spiders see. It's weird, right? But it's fascinating. This is what I mean. I'd love to do a video about it. I'd love to do a video talking more about how spiders work, because they're just so... They're so cool. They're so fascinating to learn about. I have jumping spiders in my garden. That's cool, Sophie. Zebra jumping spiders, I'm guessing. Those are the most common ones in the UK. The little black and white ones. But there are, I think there's like 50 species of jumping spider in the UK, which is crazy because almost all the ones that you see are either zebra jumpers or fleecy jumpers. Those are the really, really tiny brown jumping spiders. Crazy stuff, I'm enlightened. That's good, P, that's good. Like I say, I'd love to do a video on it and share more fun facts about spiders. I'm currently waiting on a response from my local Springer Spaniel breeder so I can get a new dog for retrieving pheasants in the fields during Christmas. Cool, cool. I've never had pheasant, believe it or not. I live in a fairly rural area. I've had plenty of game animals before. I've had rabbit and stuff like that, but I've never actually had pheasant. Screevy had a gun dog that was afraid of gunshots. Oh, he became the family pet. Oh, bless. It's always kind of, like, tragically cute when a working dog is terrible at its work, you know? Like a German Shepherd that just is terrified of sheep. It's always like, oh, bless, you're so useless. Am I going the... I don't think I'm going the right way here, am I? Surely not. Oh, I am. Good. It reminds me, actually, I saw a story a few years ago of, like, police dogs. They were training police dogs, and there was one dog that failed the training because she was too friendly. I was just like, oh, that's so cute. Imagine failing police dog training because you're too friendly. Diesel would jump if you coughed too loudly. Oh, bless. I love incompetent dogs. It's okay, Saul. It's okay. Oh, don't. No! Are you joking? It's okay. We haven't stalled. We haven't stalled, which means we can still use the winch. That was too close for comfort. That really was too close for comfort. I'm sure we've made a wrong turn here. This cannot be right. It isn't. Oh, how are we getting back up there, though? Gently does it. I'm just gonna ease ourselves back up onto the track. Come on. Is there anything behind me that I can winch to? I don't think that's gonna hold. Oh, it is. It's holding. It's holding. Damn. Impressive work from the bandit once again. And the main thing is it didn't tip. Because if it tips again, I'm ending the stream. I'm just going to throw that out there right now. The next time this truck tips over, I'm ending the live stream. I need to refuel as well. There we go. Oh god, look at the left rear corner. Look at the damage there. Look how bent it is. That's another thing. I don't think I've really appreciated as enough in this game the damage physics. We've never really looked up close at the truck when it's been damaged, but look at that. Just Euro truck would be so much cooler if you could see the damage on the truck, if you could actually look at the truck and see dints and stuff like that. Which is, again, is why I'm really excited for there to be an official, like, Euro Truck style game from the developers of Snowrunner, because having that realistic damage physics is so cool. I really want to see this in a road-based trucking game. You can get up quite a bit of speed in the Bandit as well. It is a pretty nippy little truck. Ooh. This is the exact same deep spot that we got stuck in earlier. Girl, your setup is adorable. Thank you, Sky Girl. It's very nice of you. Come on, there we go. There we go. Rabbit is nice, says Sophie. I enjoyed Rabbit. Partridge. I've had Partridge a couple of times. Pretty good. Am I stuck on something? I think that branch might be getting in the way a little bit. There we go. You can tell Saul lives in the countryside? Yeah. The thing is, I kind of get the best of both worlds because I'm only like a 10-minute bus ride away from Doncaster, but it's also a fairly quiet village that I live in. Thing is, Doncaster's one of those places where you've got the city, and then you drive away from the city, and then boom, it stops. It's just, you're in the countryside now. So I get the best of both worlds, really. I get to live rurally, but I'm not too far from a major city if I want to go and do some shopping, you know? Well, I say major city. Don't know if major is quite the word to describe Doncaster, but it is a city as of 2022. I can't read. Doncaster has a nice racetrack. It does, Sophie. Doncaster, honestly, it's a nice city. It is. I don't care what anyone says. It might have a bit of a reputation, but I like Doncaster. I mean, I've lived here for more or less my entire life, you know? I just think it has a bit of a negative reputation. It's not, you know, it's not like... It's never been regarded as one of the worst places in the country or anything like that, but it does have a bit of a reputation as not a very nice place. And I don't see it, to be honest. I think there's far rougher places just a stone's throw away, to be quite honest. Definitely one of my favourite tracks in the UK, says Sophie. Aww. Next time you're at Doncaster Racecourse, we should meet up. Get together. Wait. I completely forgot to tell you this. I met a viewer. In Cleethorpes. I was in Cleethorpes on Saturday for a Steam festival at the Cleethorpes Coastal Light Railway. Somebody came up to me and was like, "You're Saul, aren't you?" I was like, "Who was asking?" and he said, "I used to watch your TikTok live streams." I was like, "No, I've been recognised in public. Holy shit! I've officially made it. I've officially made the big time. I got recognised." So that was nice. I may be a little bit stuck here. Come on. There we go. If it's anything like thank goodness you're here, then I'll pass. No, 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 that was Barnsley. Completely different. And of course there's a long-standing rivalry between Doncaster and Barnsley. And Doncaster and Sheffield. And Doncaster and Rotherham. You'll have to start wearing shades to hide from the paparazzi. It was nice though. That's never happened before. I actually, my sister got recognised because of me. Like, this happened about a year ago. Somebody, because I posted some photos on TikTok and my sister was in the photos, somebody actually went up to my sister in public. I was like, "Are you Saul's sister? I've seen them on TikTok." Which, that's even crazier, you know, being recognised for being related to me. But yeah, yes, on Saturday, that was the first time that I personally have been recognised. It was the first time anyone's ever, in public, said, "I know who you are, I've seen your live streams." I have had a couple of people message me to say that they've seen me in public. When I went to the Keighley and Worth Valley Railway for their summer diesel gala, I got back and someone DM'd me on TikTok. They were like, "Hey, I saw you at the Keighley and Worth Valley Rail." That's really the only way that you can grow on TikTok, on Twitch, because you don't grow organically. You have to grow through other platforms. You have to post like YouTube shorts or TikTok videos, post stream highlights, and then at the end of the video just be like, "Go and watch my streams on Twitch." That's how you grow, and that honestly is where most of my Twitch followers came from TikTok. You know, people who either used to watch my TikTok live streams, or they found my videos on TikTok and then went and followed on Twitch. And that's why I want to get back into posting short videos on TikTok, so that we can start growing on Twitch again, because let's be honest, most of the people who watch my streams are regulars, which I appreciate. I love my regular viewers, but we very rarely get new people coming along. Like, every now and then there'll be a new viewer, but it doesn't happen very often, you know. I really want new people to find my streams. And again, the best way to do that is for me to do more networking, do more videos on TikTok and YouTube. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to get back into, is posting the kind of stuff that will make people want to come over to Twitch and support me over here. We were all new once. I remember my first stream. Yeah, it was Snowrunner, I believe, Sophie, right? Oh, Farming Sim. Farming Sim. I always think I'm going to see you when I go to Doncaster. It hasn't happened yet, though. To be fair, I'm not in Doncaster very often. I don't go into town much, unless I'm going through Doncaster to get somewhere else, you know? I occasionally go in and do a bit of shopping, but yeah, like I say, next time you're in the area, Sophie, just send me a message. Send me a quick message on TikTok or Discord, and we could just say hi. Just bump into each other and say hi. I'm gonna be on the Hollywood Walk of Fame in no time. Oh, honestly, STFC, where's my Hollywood star? God, is that the time already? 20 past 8. Damn. Good idea. That sounds like a laugh. I mean, I'm always keen to meet. You know, it's always nice to meet viewers IRL. It's always nice. Well, I say it's always nice. So far it has happened one time ever, but it was pretty nice. I don't know, not to sound too big-headed, but I do kind of like the idea of people seeing me in public and being like, I know you. You're a streamer. So yeah, I'm big-headed. Shoot me. It's gone straight to my head. I need to meet more viewers in public. I need to be recognized more. Anyway, here we are. We're at the nuclear power station. We've got the last load of metal beams. Let's build this fucker. Here we go. No cargo to unload? Well, there is, because it's right here. What do you think this is? Oh, it's not packed. Right. I drove all this way and it wasn't packed. Ta-da! 24 grand for building the nuclear power station. Can we actually see it? I mean, I thought like some cooling towers or something would appear. I thought we'd actually be able to see the progress that we've made by finishing the job, but I guess not. Let me back up a bit. Yeah, it doesn't really look like anything's changed. Shame. I need to grab groceries for tea after cricket, but my neighbour needed a lift, so now I have no food. Takeaway, methinks? Takeaway. Sounds good, sounds good. Sophie endorses it. Maybe Chinese. Ooh, lovely. Lovely stuff. Definitely need a 4-hour Amnesia stream soon. I really hope we can play Amnesia soon, Pappy Chuckle. That's next on the list for Horror Wednesday. Once we've finished Escape the Backrooms, which I think... I don't know how many more episodes Escape the Backrooms is going to be. I'd like to do at least 2 more episodes on it. But I'd also like to finish it, which might take a bit longer than that. But once Escape the Backrooms is finished, Amnesia is going to be the next game on the Horror Wednesday agenda. Well, we're going to play Penumbra first, because we're going to play through the whole series. We'll do Penumbra, then Dark Descent, Machine for Pigs, Rebirth, and The Bunker. But yeah, Amnesia is definitely my top priority once we've got space on Horror Wednesday to fit it in. Anyway, oh look, poppies. Cool. We have got 40 minutes left, so is there another job that we can do? Well, there's this one here, another roadblock. Deliver 2 medium planks. Where can we get medium planks from? Oh, just there. Oh, that's over the other side of the river, isn't it? I mean, I think we could do it. Let's try it. Let's give it a go. Oh shit. I knew I was cutting it a bit close there. I tell you what though, I am running low on fuel, and we've used all of the fuel supplies, I think. And we are going to need to take 2 trips for these wooden planks, right? So we might not make it. No. Oh god, I'm really not on form today. Hopefully Cry of Fear after them. We'll see. We'll see. But that is another one, you know, Cry of Fear is another kind of bucket list game. I am looking forward to Horror Wednesday tomorrow, though. Especially Escape the Backrooms. I have really, really been enjoying that, and I didn't expect to enjoy it as much as I have. But it's been a lot of fun, and I'm genuinely looking forward to playing more of it. I think Phasmophobia is great as well, but Escape the Backrooms in particular, I'm looking forward to playing more of. I love them both. Which one are we doing first? I think it'll be Phasmo first tomorrow. I don't know who's going to be around though. Can we just get a quick show of hands in the chat? Who is going to be available or likely to be available tomorrow afternoon for Phasmo and or Escape the Backrooms? I know that England versus Argentina is tomorrow night as well at 8 o'clock, so if anyone's watching the football, then that's fair enough. Anyone else joining for the Backrooms? I think it might just be you and me for the Backrooms, Pappy Chuckles, so it might be best for us to do that in the second half. I'm guessing you're not interested in the football, Pappy Chuckle? I don't know. Are you into football? Because I'm aware that we will get a drop in viewership at around 8 o'clock when the football starts, right? I'll try my best to be at home for 5 for Phasmo. Could possibly be down for a cheeky backroom session as well. Ooh, that'd be nice, P. That'd be nice. I'll watch up until the football. That's fair enough, Sophie. I completely understand. I know there's a few football fans out there and you'll be keen to watch England in the semi-final, so absolutely not a problem. Yeah, as I suspected. It's not good. Don't like football, says Pappy Chuckle. Right. In that case, then, we will do Phasmophobia first. Then we'll do Escape the Backrooms after. And if anyone wants to go and watch the football during Escape the Backrooms, fair enough. Sound good? Sound good? Who's England playing? Argentina. I'm not really interested in football either, to be honest. I just know that it's the semi-final and we're against Argentina. I made a bet with my friends. If England get into the semi-finals, I'll pick up the tab from the pub. Wow. That's a generous bet to make, Sophie, but have fun. Okay, what I'm going to have to do... We're going to have to get the Tatar in again, aren't we? We haven't used the Tatar in today, so let's take it for a spin. Tomorrow's going to be expensive. Going to drink water the whole time. They should win that, to be fair. Well, I guess we'll find out, right? I mean, I thought... I know nothing about football. I thought that we were going to lose against Norway. Because from what I've heard, Erling Haaland... If Erling Haaland was on the pitch, we would have lost by a mile. But he wasn't on the pitch for the entire game. And we ended up winning against Norway. So, honestly, I didn't think we'd even make it to the semi-finals. But we did. Can we win against Argentina? I genuinely don't know, because I don't know anything about any of the team or any of the players. It's not by choice, but I don't want it to cost loads of money. No, I get that. I get that. I've only ever offered to pick up the tab once. In the sense of, like, for the whole night. And it did end up costing me quite a bit. I mean, I don't mind getting around, you know. I don't mind being like, I'll pay for this one. But picking up the tab for the whole night... I've only done it once. Never again. Haaland was made in a lab, I swear. Yeah, the guy... I mean, again, I know nothing about football, but I just know that this guy has a reputation. He is an absolute unit. And he wasn't in the match. He just wasn't on the pitch at all. For Norway versus England, so we managed to win. Again, from the very little that I know about football, if he was playing that night, we would not be in the semi-finals right now. Watching France versus Spain in the background right now. Who's winning? What's the score? This is going to determine who's in the final, right? So we could be up against France or Spain in the final. I have seen 1-0 Spain. That's okay. Okay, so we could be up against Spain in the final. I've seen that the Argentina match is also Messi's final game before retirement, and honestly, it would be amazing to see to see him lose his last match ever. So go on, England. How much time left on the stream? About 25 minutes, Matt. Fanta's gone, but I've got a little bit of Monster. About a third of a can. Which is warm. Just trundling along in the Tatarin. Slow and steady. If we win the World Cup, I'll gift someone that deserves it a sub. Oh, that's nice, Sophie. Who's not subbed right now? Mega Rocker's not subbed at the minute. I think Mega Rocker deserves a sub. Just so you know, this is not Euro Truck. Oh shit, I forgot to change the category, didn't I? Oh, thank you for reminding me, Bamsen. I'm very sorry about that. STFC already changed it on Kick, so thank you for doing that, STFC, but I forgot to change the stream category on Steam, on Twitch. I apologize profusely, everybody. There we go, it's updated. It's because we were playing Euro Truck in the first half. I need France to win because I have them in the sweepstakes. Ah, okay. Yeah, how much do you get? Bloody hair. I startled an owl. Did you see that? Sorry, owl. Owlie ever recover from that one, eh? That was terrible. Forget I said that. That was genuinely the worst pun I've ever made. I don't do puns usually. For that reason. Oh shit, my pedals! Ah, my pedals are slipping. That was poor. Okay, yeah, should've. Okay. Nope. I said I'm sorry. Our last count was just over 100. Not bad, not bad. Well, good luck to France then. In the semi-finals, not in the finals. Because we want England to win, right? I mean, it's only been 60 years, you know, since we last won the World Cup. $20. Have we got time to finish this delivery? I think we might. All we need to do is refuel the bandit. Once the bandit's refueled, we're good to go, really. We're rolling. Have another honk. Maybe we should have brought the Marshal. A bit faster. Oh, Bamsen's from Sweden. Ah, well. Sorry, Bamsen. Has Sweden ever won the World Cup? Only 8 countries have ever won it, right? Which is crazy to think about. Like the amount, the time that it's been going, the amount of, you know, it's the amount of World Cups there've been, and there's only ever been 8 countries to win it. That's wild to think about. Who's won it the most? Who's won the most World Cups? Brazil? Someone let me know. I'm genuinely curious. As much as I don't really care about football, I am curious to know who are the 8 countries that have won it ever, and how many times has each country won it? We can't let England win because we'll never hear the end of it. Yeah, honestly. Brazil's won it 5 times. And obviously England's won once so far. So who else is in there? Brazil, France, Argentina, England, Spain. I'm 70% sure Italy has. Yeah, I think Italy has, right? "15 minutes. We can do this. We can do this." No, don't turn the telly off. Final countdown, says Sophie. It is, it is. I'm not going to sing the lyrics. Might get in trouble. But it is. We got 15 minutes. Can we deliver 2 loads of medium planks in 15 minutes? Let's find out. Let's go. Sweden have not got gold, says Bamsan. We had silver once and 2 bronze. Silver was in 58 and bronze was 50 and 94. Fair enough. Better look at Eurovision. Yeah, to be fair, no, you know, might not be great at football, but certainly good at music. Yeah, we have better singers, yeah. I do like a bit of ABBA, I must admit. What's your favourite ABBA song? There we go, there's a question for the audience. Best ABBA song? I'm going to say either Angel Eyes or The Winner Takes It All. Mind you, having said that, how to decide, says Pete. Exactly. Now, as soon as I've said that, I'm like, do I really want to lock in those answers? Because they're both great songs, but there's so many other great songs as well to choose from. Like, Take a Chance on Me, that's a good one. That's got to be up there. Knowing Me, Knowing You, ooh, Voulez-Vous. See, again, there are too many to choose from, really, aren't there? If they stuck me in goal, my big hairy belly would protect us. There you go, exactly, Pappy Chuckle. That's the England team are not considering the advantages of having a goalie with a big hairy belly. More surface area to deflect the ball, right? Angel Eyes is a top contender. Yeah, I love Angel Eyes. Absolutely gotta be up there. Gimme Gimme, Dancing Queen. How could I forget Dancing Queen? There's so many. There's just so many options, right? There's so many to choose from. I think I've got like 3 different ABBA vinyls, which is not like a massive collection compared to some ABBA superfans, but considering my entire record collection consists of about like 20 records and 3 of them are ABBA, that's, you know, you do the maths. That's a lot of ABBA proportionally. Best ABBA song depends on the mood, but Dancing Queen's one of the top anyway. Yeah, Dancing Queen's such a feel-good song, right? You know? You can just picture yourself tapping along to it. Picture the foot tapping with Dancing Queen playing. Feel-good is the best way to describe Dancing Queen. It really is one of those songs that just makes you feel good. What a tune. It might be Dancing Queen. It could be Dancing Queen. Remember being at a conference and the current Prime Minister walked up to the stage with it? Wow. Oh. But I love One of Us, actually. One of Us, yeah. It's good. It's good. I don't think it's the first thing I'd think of when it comes to choosing a favourite, but it's a good song. That's the thing. They're all good songs. And then, whoops. Lay All Your Love on Me. Oh yes, again another banger. Another banger. Well, I suppose the bigger question is, what's the worst ABBA song? There's just so many bangers. What's in contention for the worst? What's the bottom of the barrel when it comes to ABBA? Where was the road there, says Bamson? I don't know what happened there, to be honest. But we can rescue it with the Tatarin, so we can still do this. We might end up overrunning by a few minutes, but we can still do this. No one even mentioned Super Trooper, by the way. Not one person commented Super Trooper, so I've got to throw it out there. This is the thing, that you just keep thinking of more, right? That just more and more just keep coming to your head. They played Dancing Queen at my great aunt's funeral, and I was like, P, compose yourself before you start vibing. Oh. the worst thing when there's an absolute bop playing at the funeral and you just have to just kind of not start dancing. My granddad had a ring of fire at his funeral, and he was cremated. My granddad was actually cremated to Ring of Fire. They mixed up the songs, though. They mixed up the songs at his funeral, right? So he wanted to have... He actually wanted Ring of Fire to be the song that played when he went through the curtains, which would have been so fucking iconic. But they mixed it up. They played Ring of Fire when we were coming in, and then when the coffin actually went through the curtains, they played Old Rugged Cross, which was... It made it a much more poignant moment, you know? It was a much more touching moment to hear Old Rugged Cross as he was going through the curtains, but I wish they had respected his original wishes. I wish we'd have heard Johnny Cash singing Ring of Fire whilst he went through the curtains. That's all I'm saying. That's what he wanted. That should have been what he got. He was a huge Johnny Cash fan, by the way. My granddad, big country and western fan, but Johnny Cash was his favourite. No, I tell a lie, actually. They played Old Rugged Cross as we left. They played Penny Arcade by Roy Orbison when he went through the curtains, which was another one of his favourite songs. But it should have been Ring of Fire, man. They should have played Ring of Fire when he went through the curtains. That's what he wanted. That's what he wanted. When the Emmerdale theme started playing at my uncle's funeral, I did. Oh my god! Oh my! I would lose it. I would lose it. Or Corrie. Oh my god! Can you imagine? If I'm at someone's funeral and the Coronation Street theme starts playing, I'm just gonna fucking burst out into laughter. I don't care. I would not be able to contain myself. That's what. When I die, I just want to play the most inappropriate music at my funeral to get people to laugh. I want fucking WAP playing as I go through the curtains, because I want to see... I'll be looking down at, you know, I'll be dead, but I'll be looking down from up above, seeing all of my relatives desperately try to keep a stone face while just the most inappropriate music's playing. I think that'd be hilarious. I want just the most out there songs at my funeral. Not WAP. Yeah, no, that's it. I'm locking that in now. I'm locking that in. I don't care if it's 50 years from now. I'm locking in WAP for my funeral. Thing is, I just kind of want to take the piss, you know. I mean, I'm dead, so I don't care at that point. You know what I mean? I hate the idea of everyone just being sat around all mopey. I want people to be trying to remain composed and somber and like, oh, isn't it tragic? Whilst just the most inappropriate music is blaring at full volume. I want people corpsing at my funeral, you know? I don't want to be the only corpse there. Burning Love, that'd be a good one. That'd be a good one for a cremation. I would like Good Riddance by Green Day. I can see clearly now the rain is got. That could be good. Come on, come on, come on. Get it back on its wheels. Whoops. There we go. No! Are you fucking kidding me? Is this a joke? Okay, put the handbrake on. There we go. Helena by MCR, so I climb out of that coffin and start doing ballet around the room. Unfortunately, in the future, music will be banned, as it will attract the radioactive creatures that live in the radioactive storms. True, true. True. Bold to even assume that we'll be having organised funerals in 30 years' time, you know. All music, all like physical media will be destroyed. There'll be like one copy of some random album on the entire planet. There'll be no digital media because all the computers will be destroyed by solar flares. Maybe vinyls will become currency. You know, like how in Fallout bottle caps are used for currency. Maybe people will trade 45s. You know. But then they wouldn't be able to play them because there'll be no electricity in the post-apocalypse, right? And also, they're very fragile, so they wouldn't really make a great currency, would they? The only copy is of Top 100 Museum Noises. Yeah, like what's the one on Father Ted's? BBC Ambient Noises Volume 5, or whatever it's called. The one that Dougal is absolutely obsessed with. BBC Sound Effects Volume 5. That'll be the only... There'll be one copy of that, and that'll be the only surviving vinyl on the planet in the post-apocalypse. And then a team of plucky adventurers will head out into the wasteland in search of Volume 6. It'd be like in the Silo TV show, how they ban old world objects and refer to them as relics. Yeah, they like the Brotherhood of Steel do that in Fallout as well. Like collecting all the old technology is like sacred, and you're not allowed to use it. Just got to collect it and preserve it. Also, I know it's past 9, by the way. We are very nearly done. I just want to get this last delivery of wooden planks. Is anyone into Fallout, by the way? Just since we're on the subject. I'm a big Fallout fan. I don't think it's really the kind of game that I'd play on stream, but I do love Fallout. The TV show's pretty good as well. Never played it, says STFC. You should try it. You should try it. Max is live if you want to raid after the stream. Thank you, Sophie. We'll send a raid to Max, I think. Okay, cargo management, medium planks. Silo is currently on Apple TV every Friday. Good show, and yeah, I've played Fallout and watched the show. Nice, nice. Looking forward to Series 3 of that. It looks like it's going to go on for quite a while. I don't think Season 3 is going to be the last one. I can see it running for 5 series at least. I've ordered a McDonald's proper pleb tier. No, I honestly order McDonald's a lot. What have you got from McDonald's, Pete? I tried the South Carolina stack the other week. It was quite nice. See, I'm a sucker for the special menu. I'll always go for whatever, you know, whatever the special, whatever the burger of the month is, you know. And this month they're doing burgers for the World Cup, so I tried the South Carolina stack. Chicken wrap meal, nice, nice, and a burger for the dog. I've never really bothered with McDonald's wraps. I like their breakfast wraps. Oh, sausage breakfast wrap. I get that shit all the time. But I've never really bothered with their dinner wraps. Who remembers, says Sophie. Just generally. Nurses at the old folks' home be like. The McDonald's Big Breakfast. Yes, I do remember that. I do remember that. God, good times. I hate when there's a menu item that's really, really great, but then it goes off the menu and it never comes back. When I worked at McDonald's during my university years, in 2019, not 2019, 2017, they did Great Tastes of the World. And they did a Swiss stack. And it is literally the best burger McDonald's have ever made. And it has never come back. And that's the problem with limited edition flavors, because what happens if you have a limited edition burger and it turns out to be the best burger ever, and then they just take it off the menu and you can never have it again? You'll never get to eat that burger again. A disgrace. This is why restaurants should not have special menu items. Anything that gets added to the menu must permanently stay on the menu forever. That's what I'm gonna campaign for that. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go and stand in the Clacton-on-Sea by-election, and I'm gonna run on the policy of forcing restaurants to keep special menu items on the menu forever. Once you've added it to the menu, you can never remove it. Who would vote for that? Show of hands. Who remembers when one chip wasn't £20? That's true, that's true. McDonald's is a bit pricey these days. Me, says Sophie. There we go. I've got at least one vote. So I've already beaten Nigel Farage. Nah, he'll probably fucking win it again, won't he, the jammy cunt? Sorry. I don't want to talk politics. I genuinely believe... I don't think he's going to win, but I think he's going to get a disappointingly high number of votes. You know, I think he's going to do disappointingly well. Genuinely. I honestly don't think he's going to win it. But I think there are enough people out there who will actually vote for him again. Despite everything that's happened, some people will still vote for him. And I think it's going to be very disappointing to see just how many people still trust him enough to vote for him. Anyone eating at Burger King recently? You can get a meal at the pub for the same... Yeah, Burger King is really expensive recently. I've noticed that. I've noticed Burger King... The price difference between Burger King and McDonald's is wild. I mean, it literally makes McDonald's look cheap. And it's a shame, because I used to really love Burger King as well, but if it comes down to a choice between Burger King and McDonald's, I'm going to go for the cheaper option of the two, you know? Anyway, we're here with the last load of wooden planks. Ta-da! We've cleared the roads! Da-da-da-da! He's only against Count Binface, so he'll probably win. That's the thing, though. He's not. He's not. So many, you know, opportunists have kind of crawled out of the woodwork and, you know, said that they're going to stand. I don't know how many of them actually will, but I've seen, like, 5 or 6 people over the last couple of weeks who have, like, shown genuine interest in running. And some of them have, like, since dropped out. There's the fox guy, I forget his name. The guy who dresses like a fucking giant fox. He dropped out after saying that he wanted to run. And I know a couple of other people have said that they would, but then decided not to. But I genuinely, I don't think it's just going to be Farage versus Binface. I think there will be, like, 2 or 3 other independent candidates in the mix as well. I know none of the main parties are standing, but it is kind of a good opportunity for people to, you know, for like independent candidates to throw their hat in the ring, and I do think that there will be a few independents standing, which I know a lot of people were hoping that it'd just be a one-on-one between Farage and Binface, but I don't think it will. I don't think it will be. I think they'll end up being a few more candidates on the ballot, but I don't think Farage will win. Again, I think he'll do concerningly well, but I don't think he'll win. Anyway, that's all for today. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining. I do hope you've enjoyed. Sorry to talk about politics at the end there, but it is what it is. I had a Subway order that came to £14 for one meal. Damn. But it was a foot long with extra meat. Lovely, lovely. So, great stream today. Thank you, STFC. I do want to say thank you, everyone, for joining. It has been a wonderful stream today. I've loved getting back into Euro Truck and Snowrunner. There is going to be more of this next Tuesday. There's going to be another Trucking Tuesday. Tomorrow is Horror Wednesday, so we got Phasmophobia in the first half and Escape the Backrooms in the second half. Then after that, the next stream will be Saturday. We'll be doing more simulator games, and Sunday we'll be doing more Portal 2 and maybe some more Subnautica 2 as well. Have a good evening and see you tomorrow for Backrooms and Phasmo. Thank you very much, STFC. Lovely stream. Thank you, Sophie. Thank you, P, as well. Thank you so much, everyone. Before I finish up, I do just want to remind you, if you are a Patreon supporter, head over to Patreon right now and you can watch my latest Peak District video. It's going to be going live on YouTube for everybody tomorrow, so everyone will be able to see my latest video tomorrow, and hopefully the... Oh, thanks for the bits, Sophie. Hopefully the TikTok version will be out tomorrow as well. It depends if I can get it finished in time. But the YouTube version will be public tomorrow. If you're a Patreon supporter, you can watch it right now. And thank you, of course, to everyone who has supported me on Patreon. There's a couple of other exclusives that you can get on Patreon, like the 8K photos and the no commentary version. So do remember to check those out if you're a Patreon supporter. There's a few goodies over there waiting for you. But yeah, that's it. Thank you to my Twitch supporters as well. Oh, there's the Patreon names. Thank you to all the Patreon supporters up there. Thank you to the Twitch subs. Very, very much appreciated. I think that's basically it. If you've enjoyed, do feel free to subscribe on YouTube or follow on Kick or Twitch. If you'd like to support me financially, you can become a Kick or Twitch subscriber for £5 a month, or you can support me on Patreon for £1 a month to get access to behind-the-scenes content. Any way you choose to support me is absolutely fine, and if you can't, if you don't want to chip in money, that's fine too. I don't like to... I always feel like I'm kind of begging a little bit when it gets to the end of the stream and I'm like, become a Twitch subscriber, become a Patreon supporter. Just watching the live streams is support enough. So if you just like watching the streams, that's fine as well. And thank you so much to everyone who does enjoy watching. I'll watch it tonight. Me too. Nice one. Thank you very much, both of you. I'll see you all tomorrow for Phasmophobia and Escape the Backrooms. Enjoy the video. Oh, we will send a raid over to Max. Just give me 1 second. Okay, here we go. Sending you over to Max. Have a wonderful time, everyone. See you all tomorrow evening. And if you're watching the